Greetings, everyone. Dr. Joe Dispenza here. Gosh, I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge the close of this wonderful year, 2025. One of the things that I love to do at the end of any cycle is to take a look and reflect on our accomplishments as a community. And for myself, I love to give thanks for the things that I've experienced and take a moment and think about the lessons that I've learned, whatever lesson it is, what I've learned, and remember to not forget what I've learned, and then forecast and look forward to what the next year will bring. And so I just wanted to take a moment to connect with all of you and just say happy holidays to all of you. It's been an amazing year. I think about all the lives that we've touched this year, both at our in-person events as well as on our online courses. I love to think about all the bodies that have been healed in this work, both at our events and the idea of people actually teaching themselves how to heal on their own. It's been super inspiring. I love to see all of the hearts that have been opened and healed. I think about all the minds that have been opened, all the pasts that have been completed and turned to wisdom, all the futures that were created and many of them realized, all the mystical experiences that people had on this journey, all of the friendships that were created, all the relationships, all of the business opportunities and the new partnerships that were created, all the children also that were born in this work. It's been super exciting for this year. On another note, I think about all of the scientific research and all the discoveries that we've uncovered just in 2025, and our 2 papers that we published that were super successful and really well received. It's been an amazing year, and the most important part about it, it couldn't be done without all of you. In fact, I think my greatest value is you, and we are as a community doing amazing things and super grateful for what we've accomplished. And one of the takeaways for me this year is I realized that the work that we're doing is no longer pseudoscience, that the empirical data that we've collected on studying our community, studying you, has opened my mind to possibilities I would have never thought about before. In fact, I say to the researchers all the time, is the research and the discoveries greater than you think? And 100% of the time they say yes, which really means then that you are greater than you think, and our community is a great example of that. And so I say to the scientists all the time, my God, we can't call this pseudoscience any longer. And in the same measure, I can't believe it's the truth. It's amazing to witness human change and transformation. And we have unbelievable stories of transformation that took place this year in our community that has changed my mind about what is possible. And I know it changed many people's minds as well. And the research that we've discovered on the way the brain changes, how the brain grows, how it works and functions better, the heart and the way the heart functions at the end of a 7-day event, and how it continues to improve after a 7-day event is over. We've seen dramatic changes just in the blood, factors in the blood that really are pro-life. When we connect to this invisible field of unifying energy, somehow it's being reflected in our biology because it is the very force of life. Your interaction with it, or anybody's interaction with it, causes factors in the blood to proliferate that cause cancer cells to no longer function as well, to cause the body to express a greater immunity to its environment, whether it's viruses, bacteria, molds. The microbiome changes dramatically. There's factors in the blood that cause nerve cells to grow. There's factors in the blood that diminish pain, that create more euphoria. There's factors in the blood that do all kinds of wonderful things for longevity and resilience. There are factors in the breath that change as well. We know at the end of 7 days, a mother who's lactating her breast milk has factors in it that tend to create more life in her child, that the information that she is passing on to the child through her breast milk is actually telling the child to suppress cancer function and to heal faster. So we know that at the end of 7 days that everything changes about you when you actually apply some type of formula for change. Your face changes, your voice changes, your language changes, so many things change about you. And so between the stories of transformation as well as the research that we've discovered, it's been an amazing year just to think about the type of discoveries and the type of work that we've done. And I'm so proud to be part of this community. I'm so grateful for all of the things that we're doing together. And so at the end of this year, if you feel grateful for your accomplishments, if you feel grateful for your life, if you feel grateful for what you've created, by all means, that should be felt in your heart. If there is an abundance of life that you feel, an abundance of love, an abundance of joy, an abundance of time, an abundance of energy, an abundance of virtue, an abundance of material things, or whatever that is, if you feel abundant in some way, this is the season to demonstrate that by giving to another person. It is the act of giving that actually causes us in a state of love to feel like we're receiving exactly what we're giving. And that transforms us. That's why it is the high holidays, so that we can actually connect with our families and our friends and the people we love and care about, even people we work with in our communities, to demonstrate that love that we feel. That's what it's really about. There's such a consistency in this work, and what we're looking forward to in 2026 is really more of that. We are designing more scientific studies on longevity, on cancer, on diabetes, on post-traumatic stress disorder, the effects of our coherence healings. We're going to demystify that even further. We're looking for more scientists that are in different fields to help us really demystify this process, so that your belief in yourself and your belief in possibility continues to expand and grow. Just this year alone, we've done 17 retreats around the world. We've touched over 44,000 people that have stepped out of their familiar selves, stepped into the river of change, and stepped into the unknown and proved to themselves that they are the creator of their lives. We have had 48 coherence healings at those different events around the world, and we've touched more than 4,000 people's lives. Those healees, of course, got more life as a result of it, and the healers, by the way, transformed as well. In fact, our research shows that the greatest changes that take place during a week-long retreat happens during those coherence healings, both to the healers as well as the healees. In addition to that, in our remote coherence healing groups, they've touched over 38,000 people's lives. Show up every day in the authorized and official groups are getting very good at it. In fact, so good that our data shows that some of the response that takes place as a result of those remote coherence healings are working better than most conventional therapies and pharmaceuticals. We published 2 groundbreaking papers this year. The last paper that we published, over 156 million people had some type of access to that information, whether it was through a news channel or through an article or through a podcast. Somehow people are talking about our research that really says there is a strong connection between the mind and the body. We've done numerous new meditations and online courses, the Abundance course also being super successful and really well received, in Count Your Blessings, as well as Out Picturing and Life, Love, and the Mystical. We'll continue to do them in 2026. We have some ideas for new online courses and greater ways through technology to keep you engaged in the work that we're doing. This year alone, we had 76 stories of transformation. People actually have recorded their videos of their own personal stories of healing from all kinds of different health conditions, and even stories about how people have created way more abundance in their lives as a result of applying the work from the Abundance course that we've been teaching. I think we've had over 500,000 people review those stories of transformations, and I always call them the 4-minute mile. The people that have stood on the stage at our events to tell these stories of transformations are so credible. They are doctors, they are veterinary doctors, they're engineers. These are people, PhDs and educated people that had reached the end of their belief and stepped into the unknown and had a dramatic change in their health. And it's been super exciting to listen to those stories of transformation. How really they are the examples of truth. The Give to Give Foundation has done such an amazing job with all of the support, with the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that have been incarcerated, prisoners. We've brought this work into prisons, both in the United States and in Latin American countries, and have seen dramatic changes in that community. As you know, we've worked with veterans and Navy SEALs, Green Berets, and touched many of their lives, and Give to Give has been a big sponsor in making that happen. We've worked with many indigenous tribes in the United States, bringing the tribe to tribe connection back and teaching those tribes how to create culture and to change. We've also worked with orphans and orphanages, as well as teachers and educators, and the Give to Give Foundation has been very instrumental in supporting all of that. And finally, the Inner Science Research Foundation has pledged millions of dollars for the analysis of the work that we've been doing in terms of research. They've done an amazing job in raising funds to make that possible. So it's been an amazing year. I'm so grateful for all of you and all the things that we've done. I look forward to 2026. Make sure that you count your blessings from 2025. Take your lessons that you learned this year. I certainly learned quite a bit of lessons, both personal and with this work and professional. And then if you feel gratitude for what you've created and you find love, an abundance of love in your heart, by all means, demonstrate that during this season. I hope to see all of you sometime in the near future. God bless you all.
how to forgive if someone abused and harmed you, and after such trauma, how to feel worthy of love and kindness in your body and in your mind. Well, let's perhaps start with your sense of worthiness, because that is the foundation for forgiveness too. Now, this is an interesting thing, that sense of self-worth is apparently a problem for many people. And some people have an insufficient or damaged sense of self-worth, or a negative sense of self. Now, question is, where does your sense of self-worth arise from? Where does it arise? What is it based on? Is it based on your achievements? Could be. Your successes? Is it based on your external appearance? It could be. For many people it is. Is it based on your social status? From other people it is too, self-worth. Is this based on your possessions, how much you have? Could be. So those factors somehow, or a combination of them, make up a person's sense of self-worth. What I have achieved, how I look, and what I know. Could be also how knowledgeable am I. What you can identify with that. I might be ugly and poor, but I know more than you, so that I'm okay. So your possessions, your social status, your knowledge, for physical appearance, etc. So those are factors that make up your sense of self-worth. And for some people, they're not happy with, either they feel they haven't achieved anything. Until fairly late in my life, I hadn't achieved anything, at least not in the eyes of my mother. Up to the age of 49, I hadn't achieved anything. Well, I had achieved something. At university, I had a brief period of success, and then, according to the viewpoint of my mother, God bless her, I threw it all away. I could have had such a great academic career. I threw it all away. And then I became nobody up to the age of 49 or something like that. But what about my sense of self-worth? I did not share my mother's view of that my life had deteriorated. I didn't feel that. I didn't own much or anything. My external appearance was not particularly great, so there wasn't much I could do there. My ego couldn't derive much sense of self-worth from that. My social status was not great, and I don't have a long history, family tree going back several centuries. In fact, my family tree ends with my grandparents, who knows who was there before, and they didn't have any great achievements or possessions, so okay, can't derive my self-worth from that. What I had left was, up to the awakening, I had I worked hard at becoming an intellectual, so I was focused on knowledge. That worked for a while, but then I became unhappy with that too. But after the awakening, none of those factors had much to do with my sense of self-worth. because it came from a deeper level. I could sense the being of myself. And that was the greatest and only real self-worth that there is. So, this kind of self-worth is not comparative. All other self-worths are comparative. You feel good in this area because others are not as good. So these are all egoic senses of self-worth. They are all comparative. I look better than these people. I know more than these. I possess more. I have higher social status, whatever it may be. They all comparative. They require you to consider other people inferior in order to have a better sense of self-worth. I'm really proud of myself because I'm so much better than these people. Okay, that's not the real thing, and it doesn't last. The satisfaction doesn't last because the unease will creep back in. Because in many other areas you will be inferior. You might be superior in one, but then you're inferior in another, etc. If you have suffered as a child, if you were not given love as a child, or not sufficient love as a child, if your parents didn't give you much attention because they didn't know, they couldn't help it, otherwise they would have, but then that can become a problem for you in later life, because this lack of having been given recognition and love in childhood can lead to a damaged sense of self, but that still operates on the egoic level, but it is painful. So therefore, for this person, it is important to go deeper and not derive their sense of identity from memories of the past or even certain emotions that still live in you from the past, painful emotions. You recognize them, and then you look back, memories. And so, if you go deeper, you become still, and what arises again, what we've been pointing to throughout here, is the being of you. The being of you is like a jewel. It's not surprisingly that in Tibetan Buddhism they have the image of the jewel. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Hail to the jewel in the lotus. That is, you have the self-worth is this incredible preciousness that lives within you that is inseparable from who or what you are, but it is not comparative. It's not precious because somebody else is less precious. And so that's the only true self-worth. So in order to transcend the negative self-worth that is perhaps due to your upbringing and so on, or sufferings in childhood, in order to transcend that, yes, you could, to compensate for that, you could on the egoic level work hard and show them that you are better than them and you are the greatest. I will show the world what I'm. That is a way the ego could struggle to compensate for a deficient sense of self-worth. But it's not the real thing. That's not ultimately that satisfying. Dissatisfaction will remain. So I would suggest a better course of action. The only true course of action is to go deeper, which is not really action anymore, and find that dimension within yourself. And that does not compensate for a deficient sense of self-worth. It goes to the true source of self-worth, the only true source. and then you sense the being of you.
Hi, friends. I'm real giddy. I'm so excited. I can't find the words to talk about what I want to talk about. Couple things I want to acknowledge first. Last time you saw me, I was going to break my sobriety, go have fun. It ain't worth it. Save it. If you've been sober or been thinking about going sober, go sober. And if you're thinking about breaking it, you ain't missing nothing. Trust me. Now I'm officially 14 days back sober again. Ooh, I had to restart the clock. I don't like that shit. I have a little tracker on my phone where every day I check off like things that I didn't do. But that's the first thing I just want to give you a heads up on. I had a decent time with the people that I was with. Like I had fun with the people I was with, but the whole go out scene, rave scene, not my thing, over it. I just wanted to send you that message. If you've been considering breaking your sobriety, hold the fuck onto it. All right. I'm putting a little shoulder into that. Hold the fuck onto it. Okay. For me. Or you're going to learn like I did and be a dumbass back at 14 days. Me. But I have none of my jewelry on. And this is about to be a very, very deep episode. I'm going to tell you how I changed my life every single time. It's not fun. It don't feel good. It's humiliating. But I guess I'll tell you the first time I did this. Me not wearing the jewelry right now and me not wearing anything. I have my earrings on. I have a little something. But this is a deep thing. So back before I started doing well and being successful, I listened to this thing. I forget what it was. It was like a lecture of like a teacher or some shit. And they were saying basically, according to studies, people from the 1970s were doing better than people are now in the current day. But they felt like they hadn't achieved as much as people today. Like people today have an overinflated sense of how good and great and how wonderful they are for no reason. And it was based on statistics of like people in the 70s, the amount of people who had finished college, got jobs, had homes, owned cars, had all like the traditional accolades and have fallen through like the whole system of like have kids by a certain age. Compared to the people today, people don't got shit compared to what people used to have. But people now have such a more inflated sense of self-esteem for no reason. And that was a time I got a nice message from my soul. It slapped me upside the head. And I kind of saw the whole dynamic of false comfort that we give ourselves to feel like we're doing better than we actually are. And in that moment, I was faced with throwing away any coping mechanism and any comfort that I gave myself to make me feel better about myself when I shouldn't. Because at the time, I was going through all that shit with my ex, and I was living with my dad, and I was dealing cards. I was doing what I had to do to survive, okay? The reality of my life was shit. I hated everything. Like, I wasn't having a good time. I was doing a lot of drugs. I was partying. I was dealing cards, the things I was doing, if you could catch my drift, you put the pieces together. And I was like 23, and I was living with my dad. And everything that I had worked for with my nursing career got blown apart with that piece of shit ex that I had, right? We all know the story if you've been here before. If you're new, hey, you're in for a ride. But I faced the truth of what my life was. Like, I'm 23, living at home. I'm not making money taxably and in like a good way. And yeah, I could have sat there and been like, I tried to go with the system and I tried to do it right and it got taken from me. And I did do that. That's why I was dealing cards, doing my shit. Like, I found a way to survive. And I broke it in that moment because I was like, okay, how long am I going to sit here and like feel justified that I tried it the typical route and I tried to set myself up and do things right, even though it didn't work. But now I'm back living at home with my dad at 23 and not making enough money to be proud of. You know, I had no sense of stability. And then I also was honest with myself about my body and the way that I looked at the time. And I had let myself go and like not really was going to the gym a lot. And I was like, okay, the truth of the matter is I look like shit. I feel like shit and I'm not doing shit. Like, I'm not working on any actual goals. I'm partying, I'm drinking, I'm doing drugs, all this and that. So I just got like to the bare bones of my life and saw it. Like, I made myself without any veneer or like false comfort. I saw what it was. And one thing that I was using, my life was so bad I at least was like, okay, I look like hell, feel like hell, don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but at least my bag is $2,000. You know what I mean? Like it was a false way of like, at least I got something to feel a little worth a shit. So I made myself in that moment stop wearing anything designer because that was a comfort for me. I saw it as a comfort. I removed every sense of comfort that made me feel like I was doing better than I actually was. So I was sat there stuck in the heat and the disappointment of what I actually was and how I was actually living. And that is when my life flipped and changed. That's when all of my self-esteem was no longer based on anything I could falsely do to cover it up, which was drugs or clothes. I didn't let myself like numb it out anymore. I didn't comfort myself anymore. Like I faced the truth of what I was, a disappointment at the time to myself. But I remember back when I made myself stop wearing my designer bags and stuff when I would leave the house, I felt so insecure and naked and like worthless that it was sad. Because that was the one thing where I was like, at least some people can look at me and see that like, okay, maybe he's worth something. He's got this thing. But it was uncomfortable. It was very, very uncomfortable. And I made myself go stand in the mirror naked and look at myself and look at my body. And I didn't like it. And sitting in that discomfort and not trying to run from it is what made me make the changes. I started going to the gym, dieting. I stopped partying. I stopped drinking. I stopped spending stupid money and I stopped dealing cards. I was like, you know what? Let's turn the heat up. I need to start doing something. I need to flip this. Like I need to feel better than I do now. I need to stop like making myself feel like I'm doing better than I actually am, right? That's when my life flipped. That's when I moved to Houston because I was going around life and my self-esteem was no longer built in, falsified, because I couldn't get people to look at me like I was important anymore. I didn't let myself wear anything that exuded status or expense. I wore like normal, basic, cheap clothes. And I no longer got like a unfair sense of appreciation and respect from people. I made myself go earn it. Okay, if you want to go walk into a room confidently, who are you walking in that room? Go find it. Go build yourself. That's what I was in, is that whole building phase. But the reason I brought that up is because I'm going through it second wind right now. This is hard to explain and put into words, but I've been feeling a lack of value in myself. Like I've been feeling like I am on a discovery of my value. Like I don't see it. And the way people treat me, I don't see my value reflected. And the way that I go about life, it was like everything in my life externally represents and reflects value, but I didn't feel it. I got the numbers, I got the fame, I got money, I got the success. I got a nice ass fucking apartment. I drive a nice car that I custom built, a nice Mercedes, my dream car. I'm 27. I look the way that I do. I'm in good shape. I look fucking good. I take care of myself. I had all kind of jewelry. My daily bracelets that I would wear on each wrist added up to $50,000. I would walk around with 50 grand on my wrists. Feel it. I don't at all, really. And that was like the truth that I had faith. Sucked. But I started to see everything as like a veneer. Like everything has been a covering for the insecurity that I've felt. And I'm back in that building stage of like, okay, I want to take it all off. And this time it's not like a you have to prove yourself thing. This time it's like I want to meet myself. So the other night, it was like a week ago, when I first took all my bracelets off, I haven't felt my naked wrists in so long. And I felt like I was meeting myself again for the first time, which sounds nuts, but that's how it felt. And I took all my jewelry off and I was just like hanging out with myself. And I was like, whoa, like I've been spending time with me and I've been loving the fuck out of it. I haven't let myself wear anything designer or fancy. I'm just like back with myself. And the first day that I went to leave my house and go to the gym, I didn't take my designer backpack. I didn't wear any of my jewelry and I didn't wear any designer shoes. I went in just like normal clothes, no jewelry. And I went to the gym. Walking out the door, I felt so uncomfortable. I felt very exposed and like naked. Like it was like the most uncomfortable feeling, but I was like, okay, this is the exact thing I need to do. Like when I feel discomfort because of something, that's how I know that's something I need to do. Like I make myself do it. Like, okay, you're scared without your jewelry, you're scared without your fancy shit. Okay, that's exactly what you're gonna do is leave it the fuck at the house. So the first day was like weird. Once the fully started changing because None of my confidence was coming from anything that I was wearing or anything that I owned. My confidence started in the gym that day. Like I went straight to the gym. And when I got there, I was looking at myself in the mirror and I was like, hey, you look pretty good. After I got a pump, I didn't feel like a little noodle. I got a pump and I was like, whoa, hey, wait a minute. I look good. What the fuck? And I was the biggest one at the gym at the time. So it was like a confidence that came from something that I earned. I've earned my body. I've put in the work for it. And I felt like it was so useless for so long. And that day, it's like my body, I was appreciative. And I truly felt it and I meant it. And then during my workout, I was looking around at people and it's like my brain just started reminding me of all the things that I've done and the things that I've been through. My brain wasn't reminding me of all the successes that I've had, the fact that I've been on tour, the fact that my podcast does what it does and it's great and my social media is what it is. None of that was making me feel confident. What was making me feel confident in like the gym, like during my workout, my brain was flashing back all the memories of all the things that I've been through and how I made it through. Like I started to appreciate my own resilience and my own strength in a way that I never have before. And I was like, wow, okay, wait. I'm working with a lot this time. Like last time I did this, I wasn't shit. Like I had to rebuild from scratch. But like years later, taking everything off, all the veneers and the fake comfort of like, all these things are valuable. So them being on me and me possessing them shows value. Like it reflects value. I didn't need none of it. My brain started filling in all the gaps of things about myself that I've become and who I am as a person. Like my character, the fact that I've been through what I've been through and my character still is as strong as it fucking is, like, it's nuts. Like I started to truly appreciate myself. I was like, wow, if all it took was getting rid of some jewelry, fuck, take it. This is nice. But my confidence is being rebuilt in a whole different way. But also I have an incessant obsession with freedom. I always have. I've always been obsessed with the idea of freedom, being free, doing whatever I want to do, not being told what the fuck to do by people. I resent that. I hate it. And I realized all the things that I was trying to use to externally feel more valuable and try to make myself appreciate myself, all the external shit I was buying and doing, all of it was actually preventing me from feeling water. But every time I think about going to do that, I was like, well, I'm gonna have to go upstairs and put all my jewelry upstairs and like take it all off. And then, well, when I get to the beach, I only have designer bags. So like, I'm gonna have to leave a designer bag in the sand. What if someone steals my car key? What if it's like everything, because it was valuable, required so much more thought to it. And it pissed me off. Once I saw this, I couldn't unsee it. And I was like, I'm not free because I've been trying too hard to prove my value to myself and to others in a subconscious way. And I was like, the one thing I want to do is go run into the goddamn water, but I have all these things that exhaust me at the thought of even going to do it. I'm not free. I can't just go pull my car over on the side of the road and go take off running into the water. And another angle this goes is this apartment that I have in Miami is so goddamn expensive. I love to travel and go explore and do random shit. This lease is so expensive. I do not want to go travel right now because I look at it like such wasted money. Like I'm going to sit here and enjoy it and soak up as much of this fucking view as I can get and enjoy being in this nice bougie place as long as I can. I'm paying for it. The thought of going to travel while I live somewhere so expensive, I won't do it. That's not freedom. So luckily when I moved in this place, I did a 3-month lease. Well, I did a year lease, but I did an exception where I could terminate after 3 months. And my 3 months ends December 1st. So I already put in my 30 days notice. I'm leaving December 1st. And I'm going to go figure out what I'm going to do. I don't know what it is yet. My life is changing every day I wake up. But I know something else is going to show up of like, I know I want to be in South Florida. I want to get a place, but like, not something so goddamn expensive for no reason is the thing. I don't like being in the city. I've learned that. I don't like being in Brickell. I don't like being in the middle of the fucking chaos. But the whole thing with the like traveling. I can't travel while I'm here because I feel like I'm wasting money. It feels so stupid to travel when I live somewhere this nice. I don't like that. I like to be able to get up and run and go do whatever the fuck I want to do. Go explore new places, go see new things. It's always been my thing. And I really want to do that. So once I saw that about the lease, I was like, okay. Because I was wondering, am I going to stay? Am I going to not? I'm going to leave. I'm going to go stay somewhere else and find a different spot that's not so goddamn expensive so I get my freedom back, you know? But the other thing with traveling has become such a chore and a drag because all of my shit is so expensive. It takes so much mental thought and effort when I'm traveling and doing things like, I can't even explain it. All my bags are expensive as fuck. Traveling with my Birkin, I love my Birkin. And that was gifted to me, so it's like a sentimental thing. I'm more sentimental than I care about value. Like I'll protect the Birkin over something else I personally bought that's more expensive just because it's sentimental. Like something I bought, I can rebuy it. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't want to, but I'm more sentimental. But traveling with the Birkin, it's like I know that bag is worth like 40, 50 grand. And to go, I can't go stay in places with it. I have to be in a certain like level, like standard or quality of place where for me to go walk in the lobby, someone ain't trying to rob me. Like I don't want to have to kill somebody just to go stay at a hotel. You know what I mean? If someone ever tries to rob me, you're getting shot. But that ain't worth it. You know what I mean? And even if I don't get robbed, you have that thought in the back of your head. And every time I would leave a hotel with all my expensive shit in it, I would hide it so that when people came and cleaned the room, they wouldn't see it or try and take it. And then you call them and like, oh, I didn't see it. I don't know what happened to it. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not going through it. Like, it's exhausting, the thought of like having to look after such valuable shit. Like it's starting to infuriate me and like irritate the fuck out of me. Like how much actual effort it takes. And like traveling, if something gets damaged or like TSA, a little nosy fuck wants to go through my bag and steal stuff. It's like, I don't trust letting my things out of my possession because I know other people will see them and want to steal them. It's just a thought in the back of my head, and things that are causing me stress and things that are making me not feel like I'm free, I want them the fuck out of my face. I don't want to deal with it. But that's one more thing with this is like, I'm not free to go travel because all of my shit is so expensive. And really all I want to do right now is get some cheap luggage, get my clothes that are not designer, and go run the fuck around with a pair of Timberlands and a pair of cheap sneakers and just go run around and see what happens. I want the freedom of it. I want to go explore and have fun and do things. And going through life the past week without having such expensive shit on me, I've felt so free. And that's what I value more. And this is the weirdest dynamic, but it's the best thing I ever did. Last time I did it and this time I did it. Because like I said before, it was like I couldn't feel value. I could see value all around me. I could see value with everything that meant something to other people, with whether it's the fame or the money or the expensive shit. Things meant a lot to others. And it's like anyone would look at my life and be like, yes, there's value everywhere. I didn't care. Like I didn't feel it. And it made me like get pushed to this point. Like I wanted to remove everything that was giving me a false sense of value. Like I wanted to stop having it be so obviously in my external where I had to go internal with it and find it. And I have, and it's sickening. Like my confidence has boosted tenfold, and my ability to walk out the house now and still feel confident without any of my designer stuff on is nice. And I'm not saying I'll never wear my stuff again. I have taken special care and consideration every time I've bought stuff that it's always my style and I'm always going to like it. So all of my stuff that I have, some stuff I'll sell, but most of it I'm going to keep because I love it. And I'll get back to a point where I want to wear it because I like style, I like fashion, I like dressing my certain way. And once I can get myself to a point where I feel the exact same on the inside, whether I have nothing on or whether I throw extra shit on, I'm not going to wear it. I don't want to wear it until I feel the same with her with lockbox at a bank. Take the rest of my stuff, put it in a storage unit, know that it's safe, put a little AC vent, whatever the little storage unit with the AC, great. And go run around without any of it. And it's like, this is a weird coping mechanism, a false comfort. It's like when I quit cocaine. having it in my house was a weird sense of comfort. Like I could go without the cocaine. I was going without it, but like the thought of throwing it away, oh, that stressed me out because it was just having it was a comfort thing. And I feel the same way with my designer stuff and my expensive stuff. It's like, I really want to go travel somewhere and not have it in my house or in my reachable possession where I could have that comfort again. You know, I feel like it's going to like unlock. Because once I threw away and like washed all my cocaine down the drain, I didn't need the comfort no more. I didn't want it. I don't like it. Like it was like a flip. And like I said, it's going to be different with the clothes and stuff because I'm not going to sell most of it. Like some of it, yeah. But like, I like the shit that I have and I worked hard for it. And I did work hard, like one, to get the money to make it, but two, to damn buy it. Because finding my size, my style, my shit, things that fit me right, and black and gold, nobody make black and gold no more. Every men's bag, silver, boring, ugly. But I still appreciate my stuff and I like it. But the other thing, now that I'm not wearing it, another like source of confidence that's come is like, I have been so diligent with the things that I buy and I have a specific taste and style and I honor it. And like, I don't have things where I'm like, oh, I wasted all this money on all this crap. It's like, no, I still love all my shit because it was sickening. But one thing about me with the way that I dress and do things is I try to communicate the way that my brain works through the way that I dress and the things that I wear. Where people who think the same as me will be able to appreciate the little details. The fact that I put this with this and this with that, and the fact that I'm wearing both at the same time, or I just have a certain thing, it's like only certain people would be able to appreciate the small details of me and the way that I express it. So I like that. It's like a silent communicator, like my bracelets and my jewelry. It was specifically curated a certain way where the longer you looked, the more value you saw. And that's one thing that I realize I'm too dependent on is I want people to see more value the longer they look at me. The value I now want people to see has nothing to fucking do with the physical, with the external. But I think that'll always be a thing. Because like I said, it's kind of like my way of silently meeting people. Like I don't wear what everybody else wears. I don't do what everybody else does. So it's a silent way of like trying to find my people and find people who recognize it and appreciate the things that I do. Because I know your brain works a certain way, you know? But for someone to be able to appreciate the effort I put in, that lets me know I want to talk to you. I want to get to know you more. You know, there's like a possible like potential for connection there that could like go better than any normal Joe Schmo. I can't get close to anybody at all. Connection's a hard thing for me in my position now. But one thing that happened today, this has been a bitch. Cause like removing all the false things that are comforts to make me feel better about myself. It's like, you see the truth, you see reality for what it is. A lot of things have been coming up for me, but when my life was based on everything that it was based on a month ago, I knew what to do. I knew what to strive for. I knew what my like goals were. I didn't really have any goals, but I knew like kind of like what to do and like where I was headed and like what meant something to me. And all my values have changed. Like I value a lot different shit now. And today I realized I don't know what I want goal-wise in my life. Like I don't know what it is I want to work toward or achieve. I have no clue. And I started to freak out about it. Like also I gave the 30 days notice for my lease today. I got 30 days to figure out where I'm going next. I don't know. I also don't know what I want to do and where I want to move to, because designer shopping and being close to Design District doesn't really matter to me anymore. I don't care to go shop as much as I was. Like I was shopping a lot. I was like constantly looking for shit, buying shit, like running around, doing this, doing that. It's like, I don't care about the designer stuff as much anymore. Sure, I'll buy it here and there when I want it, but not anytime soon. And I don't want my decision of where I'm going to live to be based anything to do with that. Especially with partying also, because I don't want to party anymore. I have no desire to do drugs and drink. I'm slap in the middle of Brickell. I moved here because I was close to all the partying. If I need to go party, hang out with my friends, see this, do that, and also be close to shopping. This chapter I was in, and when I moved here, I based my decision of where I'm going to move because of what I was interested in and what I valued. I don't value that anymore. I don't want to do it. I'm not hanging out with really anybody but myself now that I think about it. Like I've kind of like isolated myself and been spending time with me because I needed that. But yeah, I have no desire for like anything kind of superficial or bullshit or anything that like takes me away from myself. So like drinking, drugs, partying. When I went out 2 weeks ago, it was kind of like the nail in the coffin before I started having all these realizations. It's like, that shit ain't for me no more. I'm over it. It's not fun. And it's like, I feel like shit the next day for no reason. So I don't know where to base my life around, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, I gotta be close to a gym. I love going to gym. I've been back in the gym heavy. I love working out. And like taking care of myself and meal prepping and cooking and like I've been having a good time, but I have no clue where I want to base my life around next. And I was like, I'm gonna have to base moving around what city I like to be in for the city. Or I'm gonna need a goal of something I'm working towards so I can orient my life around where could I go that would make that goal easier to achieve? And where would it be easier to work toward it? I have no clue what I want to do or achieve next. I did start writing a book the other day. It started writing itself. I've always wanted to write a book. And I think it will be about this kind of topic because I've been in 2 transitions of it. And it's what's changed my life the most every time. But like a book, you can write anywhere. So that doesn't really give me any guidance of like where I want to go plant my ass. You know what I mean? But I started to freak out when I started noticing all this and I started writing. I was like trying to shadow work and write goals down and like what do I want to do? What do I want to dedicate my life to? What are my goals? What the fuck do I want to do? I don't know. I have no clue. And I started to freak out. I started to like panic and I started to get like down, but also like worried and like I started to feel like I was going a little mad. But then I realized, wait, this is freedom. What I'm in right now, this is the best in place someone like me could be in. Like I value freedom more than anything and I have it. Like I am truly free. I have nothing to do that is like I'm forced to do it. If I want to make my podcast, I make it. If I want to post online, I do it. I don't have to honor a contract or answer to a boss or answer to this or answer to that. I have no one dicking me around and forcing me to do anything with my time. I have money where I don't have to stress for a minute. I'm like, hey, and it flipped. Like the fact that I couldn't find clarity stressed me the out. Like I was about to lose it a couple hours ago. I was chain smoking cigarettes. Out on that balcony, I was chain smoking, running around, pacing back and forth. But now I'm fine. Because I was like, wait, this is the thing that I want is freedom. But I've also been so convinced, like, I'm not going to be able to get clarity around what I want to do until I figure out where I want to be. I've been moving around all back and forth and back and forth. I'm like moving around nonstop. I'm trying to find stability for myself so I can get clarity. Those two don't coincide. They're not codependent. They don't depend on each other. They're not prerequisites. Stability is not a prerequisite for clarity. Because I also was like, I don't want to buy another house and set myself and like plant roots too far down and then get clarity of where I really want to go, you know? So I had to break that in my head. You don't got to have stability to have clarity first. Like I feel the most stable more than ever because I'm back to myself. I have no artificial shit making me feel better or making me feel any different. Like I'm with how I truly feel. Nothing in my environment and nothing around me, nothing I'm wearing or doing changes the way that I feel. In regards to an illusion or a false sense of comfort, I am truly like, when I comfort myself now or do something comforting, it's intentional and it actually is comforting. I'm not over here like in all this designer shit and jewelry and I'm like, why do I feel like so stressed out? None of it's comforting. It was causing more stress, which I saw. But yeah, I was freaking out a little bit earlier. But I really think, like I said, I want to go travel a little bit. Just go see what the hell happens, you know? I feel like the clarity is waiting for me. Like, I feel like I have to go out and find it. But like, I'm enjoying the shit out of my last 30 days here. I don't have to do nothing. And that doesn't stress me out because I'm never the type to get bored. I always get an idea or an inspiration for something. I'm self-led and self-motivated. I don't got to deal with the whole discipline, rigid. You have to eat this certain way, go to the gym at this time. I go when I want to go. I always go when I want to. And this is nice. I feel free. But it's scary as shit. Because to feel free, you can't have stability. You can't have any stability and feel free at the same time. And Lana Del Rey, in her music video, Ride, the monologue, that's part of the reason I have Just Ride tattooed on my knuckles. The other reason is for my stepdad, because he rode motorcycles. And I was asking him one time, like, how do you deal with being stressed out? Like, how do you deal with, like, when you feel upset, when you feel sad, when you feel like, I was going through a lot. I was like 16 when I asked him. I was like, how do you deal with these certain emotions? And he was like, you just ride. I get on the bike, I just ride. And I was like, huh? He was like, go get in your car and just ride. Go wherever you want to go. And just start thinking. Put on music if you want. Don't put on music, but just go ride around and see what happens. And that became my thing. Like, anytime I was stressed out or anytime I was feeling anything, I would go sit with myself and just start driving somewhere. And anytime I get stressed out, I just think of that, like, just ride. So it's not go get out of your head. It's like go get in your head and go move around. It's like a weird, like, moving your energy around, but also seeing things and like changing scenery. It's like, especially when I feel stuck, when you can move around and you're watching out your car and you're like seeing change and seeing your ability to change where you're at. It's like you do have control over change and movement. It's like movement is a big thing energetically for me. So that always makes me feel better. And I always get new ideas and new things. Like, whenever you like sit in the house too long, sometimes I got to just start go riding around because I'm journaling too much. I'm sitting here in a stagnant and it's like nothing new is hitting me in the head. And different locations have different vibrations. I've always said that. Like, when you travel places, you'll have certain insights, certain places. And when you go drive around and go do shit, you're changing the vibrational frequency that you in. So it's going to change the thoughts that you have. I don't want to get too spiritual and like woo-woo about it. But back to Lana Del Rey, I got up on a tangent about my tattoos. It's got two meanings for me. And the Ride monologue, Lana said, it takes getting everything you've ever wanted and then losing it to know what true freedom is. And I never understood that. I was like, yeah, it sounds nice. I like that. Ooh, real poetic and shit. For the past like 10 years. But I've never understood it until this moment. Because I've gotten everything that I've wanted. And now it's not that I'm losing it, but I'm choosing to not live my life based around it. It's like I'm okay if I lose it because I'm not going to change or be impacted mentally and emotionally. Like, financially, yeah, it could be impacted, but like mentally and emotionally, I won't be. Like, my self-esteem, my sense of self, my love for myself, the value I feel and see in myself, that will never change. Nothing can change that no matter what I lose. So that's nuts. Like, to hear that like lyric and finally like understand what the fuck she meant. Get everything you ever want and then losing it. But I think it's more so like be okay with losing it and realize you need none of it. Realizing that you've needed nothing that you've always wanted is different. This hits different. But at the same time, like I said before, feeling free, you can't have stability. Because if I had a house, I would feel like I do now. Leaving is a waste of money. And if I leave, it's like, oh, someone, like the thought of someone breaking in my house when I leave. That's not freedom. What gives me stability typically gives me stress too. And that takes away a sense of freedom. What I'm realizing true freedom is being able to go do whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it, and go wherever you want to go. With no thought of anything but where you are and what you're doing. But when I go do that, now I'm going to go do it and feel very free. I'm not going to have anything expensive on me, be worried about, oh, what if somebody breaks in the place I'm staying or breaks in my Airbnb? What if someone breaks in the car that I rent and they steal my shit out of it? It's all replaceable very easily. I'm not going to feel a sting over like a $40 backpack. I'll go buy the other one. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to stress. I'm going to have no thought of anything but where I am and what I'm doing. But I wouldn't have been able to handle this ever before. Like now I can handle it. But before any of this, like me, any other stage before I'm at now, to truly feel free, it's so destabilizing and so terrifying. And it takes a certain person to be free. Life is a cage, and everything that gives you stability is like an anchor. It's like a little like ball and chain on your foot. You don't realize it's there, but it's like, yeah, true freedom is scary as shit. But you have to have the mind for it too. So this is going to be fun because the next 30 days I got to prepare. Ooh, like today when I was freaking the fuck out. And then I had to realize, okay, wait, no. This is a beautiful spot that I'm in. A beautiful experience that I get to have. Woo! I get to go be confused, not know what I want to do with my life. Woo! I get to go not know where the fuck I'm going, what I'm doing, and I don't have to worry about anything that I have. This is nice. Real nice. I feel so free. Once I got past that like moment of like, now I feel good. I feel free. I'm excited. Like I'm genuinely like happy that I get to go experience this for the next however long. But like the next month I'll be here. And then I'm truly going to go run around. Worst timing, December. It's going to be fucking cold everywhere. I don't like that. I wanted to move to Miami because it's nice weather. On Halloween, I was out at the pool, getting some sun, getting in the pool. Like, that's what I like about the weather here. But I guess I'm going to have to suck it up and go be in the cold. Yeah. I want to go travel some places and see what the hell happens, you know? That's what I think right now, but I'm leaving it open. Like I genuinely don't know what the fuck is going to happen in the next 30 days, but I'm okay with it. I'm gonna have fun, ride it out. Oh my God, one thing I forgot to tell you guys about. I dropped pre-orders for holiday merch. The shirts say tits the season, not tis the season, tits the season. And it says it right across the chest, right across the titties. I got kicked out of school one time for wearing that. So I made it into merch. Because I'm grown, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Like when I was in high school, I went and got a shirt made online, like one of them cheap little websites you can make a shirt. I made a shirt that said tits the season because I thought it was funny. And I wore it to school and it was a big stink, a big problem. But now we can wear it and nobody can tell us shit. But pre-orders are open for that if you want to go pre-order it. Everything will ship at the end of this month. It's November now. But like the end of November, latest December 1st, things will be shipping out. So you'll have it weeks before Christmas and weeks before New Year. So, yeah, I'll put the link in the description for you. But also, let me know if you want me to bring back the other merch that I had after I get done with the pre-orders. I feel like I'll leave the pre-orders up for like one more week, right? Yeah. Maybe less. So if you want it, get it. I'll probably leave it up till like Wednesday. If you're watching this on Sunday, it'll be up a few days. Whenever I feel like I'm going to close it, I'm going to close it. So get it while you can. But yeah, I think that's it. That's all I got to say for this episode. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you thought. And if you made it this far, comment an airplane emoji or a car. You could do the just ride for the car, or you can do the airplane because we're going to go travel and do shit. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's all. Okay. Love you so bad. Everybody be safe. Take care of yourself. And I'll talk to you guys next Sunday.
Could you speak about the neurophysiology of forgiveness?
Sure. Think about frozen circuits. Frozen circuits are hardwired circuits. The more profound the insult to the person that is connected to a strong emotion, the more the brain freezes circuitry. The more we think about the experience, the more we fire and wire the circuits in our brain. Yes or no? Yes. And the more we remember the event, the more we produce the emotions that are associated with it, and we're conditioning the brain and body further into the past. Yes or no? Yes. And you keep doing it enough times, it's no longer conscious that you're holding a grudge. It's no longer conscious that you're stuck. It's now you're seeing everybody through the lens of that experience, and everybody's a betrayer. Everybody can't be trusted. Everybody is that same person. You're overlaying the memory of your experience into reality. You're not seeing it the way it is. You're seeing that person wearing the mask of the last person. That's the lens that we're perceiving reality. Are you with me still? And so then anything in your life that becomes remotely close to it based on your limited perception triggers the emotion in the network, and you're back in your past, and you're acting like you were when it happened. Are you with me still? And so then the person says, I'm not that person. And you say, oh, no, I know. I just had this event in my past, and I'm sorry. And then it's excusable, but then here it happens again. And there's nothing wrong with this. We all do it. It's just, how do we overcome it? So then you're sitting and doing the work, and you're moving energy up those centers. You're releasing the life force into your brain. You are blessing those centers and taking a scoop and moving it all the way up and releasing it all the way up into the field. You're opening the channel. You're unfolding as nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time, and the identity and the personality is gone. Energy's going to move. It's got to. It's going to follow the path. You're opening your heart. Once it gets to your heart, it's going to make its way all the way up. And when you feel love and compassion, when you feel true kindness and care, it's hard to hold a grudge. Are you with me still? Yes. So then from a quantum physics point of view, you have that person always in the back of your mind, right? You have the event and the memory rolling around back there because the very thing that you don't want to have happen, you're already preparing for emotionally. Are you with me still? Yeah. So then from a quantum perspective, you are actually, as a creator of reality, holding yourself hostage because of that person. And you are holding them hostage because of that experience. And you have an energetic bond that's connecting you to them. And you're sharing the same energy. And so then you're using each other to reaffirm whatever that energetic agreement is. Are you with me still? So then, when you forgive someone, it's because there's been a strong change in your emotional state, because the emotion is what's keeping you energetically bound to them or to more than one person. And so then once you start lowering the volume to that emotion and the body starts liberating energy, and you're calling your energy back to you, because the lower the volume of the emotion, the less you're going to pay attention to that person, there comes a moment where there's a snap. There's a release. The energy is broken. And once it's broken now, all of a sudden, you free yourself. And you free them. And this has happened to me in my life. That people show up 10 years later, completely changed and so humble and so asking for forgiveness just because they had transformed, and I let them go. So then, forgiveness from a quantum perspective and a neurophysiological perspective is just taking your attention off them. That's all it is. And when you start getting happy with yourself, and you start feeling those elevated emotions because you're striving for that, you wouldn't trade this for the grudge you were holding because this feels too good. Are you with me still? Now, once that heart opens up and you start having energy in the center and it's releasing 1,300 to 1,400 different chemicals that begin to restore and regenerate the body, the body start getting a lift of energy. Once it makes its here, now you're going to see that track sending in energy to the brain. The heart acts as an amplifier to boost the brain. Are you with me still? So then once the energy starts making its way into the brain, once the heart starts to open, we've measured this with our students, they have oxytocin levels rise. Once you start feeling oxytocin, when you feel more love, then you feel the grudge. So then you think, why would I want to give this up for that person? That's called forgiveness. You don't have to try to do it. It just is a side effect of your personal transformation. And oxytocin then, when it's released, rushes right into the amygdala, the survival center of the brain, and the research is outstanding. And the first thing it does is it fits in the same receptor sites as fear, and it lowers the volume to fear and anxiety. It shuts the lights out for aggression and anger and hostility, and it cools the circuits off for suffering and pain, and the only thing you can feel is a love for life. And that's when you're free. Now, the practice of forgiveness, matter to matter, you can do it, but it takes a long time and a lot of work. And then you forgive, and then you're like, I don't want to forgive him yet. Halfway forgive him. And just never really authentic forgiveness. Do you understand? And you know, there was a woman that came to our work, and she was raped by 4 men when she was a teenager, and it was abusive. And she had severe night terrors, severe anxiety and panic attacks. She had cyclic mood problems. She had been to every single doctor, every single healer, every single alternative practitioner. Nothing changed it. She came to our event in Tacoma, Washington. And she hit that point where she became everybody, everyone, everything, everywhere, every time, every place. She became the oneness. And that frequency had a message for her, and it said, and she was in incredible bliss when this happened. I sent 4 angels disguised as rapists for this moment. And that was the end of her terrors. That was the end of her night. She couldn't have a relationship. She could not live with anybody. She was isolated. One moment, the divine stepped in and gave her the signal. That was carrying a very specific message, and she got the download, not just the thought. She got the energy move right through her body, and she saw the whole thing. And that moment is what she was waiting for. That's what the soul was waiting for. Now she's healed, she's healthy, she's happy, and she's on with a new life. She's born again. My mother would love this. She's born again in the same life. Reborn in the same life. Didn't pass through a birth canal for it. She just was born again in the same life. She got a new lease in one instant. That energy was carrying a message, and it made its way all the way into the body, and the bliss and the joy and the gratitude and the love that she felt. That's the divine having its way with you.
I keep getting these ideas. I never thought I would be building a product or having a startup. After the San Diego AFU, I started playing with this idea that I wanted to develop a tech platform. In 2023, I kind of had a very stressful year. I was helping my parents out with a certain medical situation, and also a relationship that I was in was coming to an end. I didn't know what to do at that point of time. Like, I was having panic attacks and anxiety almost every day for a couple of weeks. Another thing I was struggling with was to create more abundance. Like, I never had any problems with money, but then I wanted to break the ceiling and get to the next level. But the investments that I was doing were failing, and I noticed that I was always going in with a defeatist mindset, that I knew before even doing anything that it's not going to work out. I had read Dr. Joe's books, Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself and Becoming Supernatural, but I wasn't sure whether I wanted to go right into the work or not. But then after October, after the period of panic attacks, I was like, that was the only thing that came to my mind. mind that could help me out. I come to the Orlando week-long event, and for the first few days, I was like really struggling to open my heart. Like I didn't even know what that meant, like how that looked like. So I didn't have a reference point to say whether I was doing it right or wrong. During the second walking meditation, the mindful heart and the heartful mind, which is one of my favorite walking meditations, I saw this person walk in front of me. It was my new self. It came to me, it was like a very chilled and relaxed person, very goofy. It came to me and sort of like put its arm around me, and he said that it's fine, I've got you. You can relax now. And he entered right into my body. And that too was a very emotional experience. Like my heart blew completely open. And that's the first time I felt, I guess, what natural and normal should feel like. You know, like before that, I was like almost always hyper vigilant. I used to hyperventilate, and my face would go red whenever something beyond my expectation happened. Like I didn't like any unpredictability before that. So at the week-long retreat, I was wondering, like, I really want to dive deep into this work and change myself completely. But then with my work and with going into office and seeing the people around me every day for like 8 or 9 hours a day, I didn't know like how that would be possible. You know, how would I self-regulate myself? That was the challenge. But I didn't do any meditation for that. Like I didn't do anything to change that situation. After the week long, the first Monday I go to office, I see that my entire floor has been reorganized. Like the desks are all gone. And then I look at the email and I see that there's an email that says that I'm fully remote now. So I was like, I had all the freedom to move out of New York City. I came to the San Diego AFU. And since then I've been traveling to all of my favorite places that I wanted to live in, I've lived. And I've got like an abundance of freedom. Like at work, I can work as much as I want in a day. I have unlimited vacations so that I can come to all of Dr. Joe's retreats. I've already done like 7 retreats in 14 months. And I had that intention during one of the meditations that, okay, It will be fun to do that, be more immersive in this work. After the San Diego AFU, I think in May or June, I started playing with this idea that I wanted to develop a tech platform, and a friend and a few other people, they liked it and they came and joined me as well. So now we are working towards building it out completely, and it's been going amazing. If I have any challenges, I just go into my meditations and I get the ideas from I don't know where, but they always work out. Any kind of solutions, I don't need to ask anybody else now. And money, I've never worried about money ever in my life, but now I see that money is always there, like more than I need. And the best thing is that since the first week long, I haven't been to a doctor, I haven't taken any medication. This work works, and I'm able to use it on a daily basis. So yeah, I mean, thanks to Dr. Joe and the entire team for that.
I think it's so important for people to remember that they're the creators of their lives instead of the victim of their lives, right? So the victim is saying, I'm feeling this way because that person or that circumstance or I don't have any money is causing me to feel this way. That's my relationship with money. What that really means is I'm using my lack to...
I think you gotta have a dream.
The School of Greatness.
Really? Yeah.
Please welcome Lewis Howes.
What is your thoughts around the identity of money and the psychology of how it plays in our lives? Because a lot of people want to make more, they want to attract more, but they're just struggling with just the concept of it.
Yeah. Well, I think we've been programmed quite a bit with our relationship with money. And we have a relationship with everything known in our environment. You have a relationship, a neurological network in your brain for your parents, for your cell phone, for your computer, where you live, where you've lived in the past, what you're going to do tomorrow. That, for the most part, the brain is a reflection of everything that we know, right? So along with that is our relationship with money. And I feel like I have a really good relationship with money because I work on having a really good relationship with everything in my life.
Did you always have a good relationship with money?
I think so. I think so. I've never really lived in lack. That just wasn't part of it. Even when I went to college and I had to take out student loans and stuff, I always figured out a way to always be a little bit ahead of the curve. And so let's back up and just look at how people form beliefs. Because most beliefs are created from past experiences, right? So children, when they're in their early ages, their brainwaves are very slow. Like their brainwaves are in alpha when they're like 7 to 12. They're in theta when they're like 2 to 6 years old, and they're in delta like when they're newborn to 2 years old. And so these brainwave states are states that were very suggestible to information.
So when we hear information, we believe it.
And we accept it, we believe it, we surrender to it as if it's the truth without analyzing it, because there's no analytical facilities yet.
Right.
The analytical mind starts around 12 or so, 7 to 12, and that analytical mind is actually what creates a barrier between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind.
So before 12, roughly, what we see, how we model our parents' behavior, what they say to us.
It's all being programmed subconsciously, right? And so that's really, really important, because if you heard money is the root of all evil, money is bad, only certain people are allowed to make money, you have to work hard to make money, this is how you got to do it. And that becomes the foundation subconsciously. That's like recording an audio file. You just keep recording that audio file, it becomes a subconscious program, right? So a lot of people have a relationship with money based on either what they've been told or what they've experienced in their outer environment, right? So then we gain information from our environment, and the stronger the emotion we feel from experiences in our lives, the more altered we feel inside of us, the more the brain freezes a frame and takes a picture. And that snapshot is called the memory. So
based on an emotion.
Based on an emotion. The emotion alters our internal state. So you're going along as Lewis, feeling really good, and all of a sudden you have this trauma, you have this crisis, you have this shock, and all of a sudden you have this dramatic change in your internal state, and your senses get heightened, and then you freeze the frame and you associate this internal state with whatever it is that's causing it, right? And that's how we create long-term memories, right? So
Are painful memories more powerful, or beautiful memories more powerful?
they're both equal.
Okay.
They're both equal, but the problem is I think most people experience from more the negative
Yes.
emotions, right? And those negative emotions really are derived from the hormones of stress, right? So the alarm system, the emergency system, creates an arousal inwardly. And that arousal is saying there's something dangerous in your outer environment, right? And it could be a person, a circumstance, an accident, or whatever. And that change in emotional state causes you to remember the event. You got to pay attention, right? You got to stay really and narrow your focus on the cause. So think about people who have relationships with money, right, from the past. All beliefs are based on past experiences. So you have an experience where you lose money, you have an experience where money's taken away from you, you have an experience where you don't have enough, you're living in a place where there's not enough money, or a family that's not enough money. Then the emotion that most people are living by on a moment-to-moment basis is lack. Like, I'm in lack of having something that I want. Okay? Now, there's nothing wrong with that, because the experience changes your emotional state. You freeze the frame, you take a picture. The problem is that's hardware. So we think neurologically within the circuits of that past experience,
Yes.
and we feel chemically within the boundaries of that emotion, which would say, for example, be lack, right? So now the person says...
Before you go on to the next thing, what happens to the body and the mind when it is in an environment of lack? Mentally or physically, I'm in lack. What is the body and the mind saying?
Yes, so the body is saying, I'm waiting for some external event to occur. I win the lottery. I marry the right guy. Whatever it is, that you're waiting for that event to occur. That experience produces an emotion. So the emotion then takes away the lack. And so when we play the game in three-dimensional reality, the creation game in three-dimensional reality, we experience separation from everyone or everything, because our senses fool us into the illusion, the hallucination of separation. I'm here and you're there. I'm here and the door is over there. So I'm aware that I'm here at one point of consciousness, and the door is over there, another point of consciousness. Okay, so in order for me to get from here to the door, I got to move my body and do something through space. I got to do something, and everything in this three-dimensional reality is going to take time and energy, right? So, okay, so then here's Lewis right here, and then he says, okay, I want this experience in my future, and your brain automatically predicts and projects how far in the future you think it's going to take.
Maybe it's a year, 5 years, 10 years.
30 years.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Because that's what it's going to take to pay off that house, right? So now, one point of consciousness, I'm here. The other point of consciousness is where I'm placing my dream. So I'm separate from that experience. So then how do I get to that experience? In three-dimensional reality, you got to get up and you got to do something. You got to go to work. You got to drive to work. It takes energy. You got to fill your car with gas. You got to eat food. You got to work. All this stuff. You got to sleep. You got to recover if there's stress. And now people are, in a sense, waiting for the experience that's 10 years down the road or 30 years down the road to happen, to take away the lack of them not having it. And unfortunately, many times when the experience finally occurs, they can't enjoy it because they're too exhausted, right? So you play the game, you go to school, you study really hard, or you study on your own, you develop some skills, you make the right choices, you start saving money, you start learning from your mistakes, and then the game is how many things can you accumulate, and that accumulation then you associate with being wealthy or being abundant or being successful, right? And some people get really good at it, right? You can get really good at that. But for the most part, though, when we create from three-dimensional reality, we're creating from lack and separation. In other words, you're driving down the road and you see someone driving a car that all of a sudden you realize that you don't have. The moment you become aware that that person has that car and you don't have it, you're in lack of having it, right? So what the brain naturally does is it naturally creates you driving that car. And you have an image of yourself driving that car and you start identifying, wow, that would be a greater experience for me to have. The problem is the distance between the thought of what you want and the experience of actually happening for most people is the concept called time, right? Between cause and effect, right? So some people develop the ability to manage themselves and manage their life. They develop certain skills and they can pay for it and they can get it very quickly. The problem is when the novelty of that experience wears off, you know, the car, and they're no longer identifying with that, and the feeling of emptiness and lack comes back,
they need to find something else.
they got to go and
attach a
find
feeling.
something else. And so there's this game that goes on where you never have enough, right? And that's the lack game, right? So then if you think about people having the things they want in their life, when they create from lack and separation, it's the experience in three-dimensional reality that produces the emotion, and the emotion is saying, let's feel that it's worked really hard to get it, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Is there another way to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so the person who's living in lack is waiting for their wealth to feel abundant. They're waiting for their success to feel empowered. They're waiting for their healing to feel gratitude. They're waiting for their new relationship to feel love. They're waiting for their mystical experience to feel awe. That's the Newtonian model of reality, of cause and effect. You know, waiting for that event to happen to take away this separation or lack. Nothing wrong with it. It's the way most people create. But what we've discovered is actually something else. The moment you feel gratitude, your healing begins. The moment you feel worthy and abundant, you're generating wealth. The moment you're empowered, you are moving towards your success. The moment you're in love with yourself and you're in love with life, you'll create an equal. The moment you are in awe of life, you're going to have a mystical experience. And so that's causing an effect, right? So then if you can teach people then how to create, instead of from lack or separation, but create from wholeness, and create from what we call the quantum field instead of three-dimensional reality.
What's the difference?
Okay, so the way first of all, it takes knowledge, okay? The quantum field is an invisible field of energy that exists beyond our senses. You can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't hear it, you can't feel it. It exists beyond our experience of three-dimensional reality.
Would this be in our mind's consciousness, or would this be in a different space?
Okay, let's look at that. So the answer to the question is, how much of your waking day do you put your attention on matter, on the material world, and how much of your waking day are you aware of energy and frequency? For most people, they're unaware of the quantum field. And if you're unaware of it, it doesn't exist for you. Right. Just like you have a nose, but if you're unaware of it, it doesn't exist for you. The moment you become aware of it, it exists. Well, the quantum field, you could study all kinds of science, and they'll tell you there is this invisible field of frequency and energy that exists beyond the senses that tend to connect everything physical and material. In fact, everything physical and material is connected to this field, okay? So how do you get there, right? How do you get there?
How do you get there?
How do you get there? So we discovered that when you take all of your attention off your body and you are not paying attention to your emotions, your drives, your habits, if you could take all of your attention off of every element in your environment, your cell phone, your tablet, your computer, your car, your whatever it is, your bed, take your attention away from everything, every place that you live, where you sleep, or you work, and you're not thinking about time. You're not thinking about your schedule, where you need to be, or what happened yesterday. You can relax into the present moment. There tends to be a dramatic change in the way the brain functions when people do this properly. We call it getting beyond yourself, but in a sense, you're dissociating from your three-dimensional reality. Why? Because if you're thinking about anything in your three-dimensional reality, that's where your attention is and that's where your energy is, okay? So we kind of figured out this formula. When people really become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, no time, they're pretty much all of a sudden outside the constraints of the Newtonian world of got to do something to get an outcome. And if you can teach people how to linger there without a name, without a face, without a profession, without a family, without a culture, without a past, without a disease, you teach them how to be in this place we call the unknown, right? And you teach them that from that place, that invisible field, is where everything material comes from. And if they could create coherence in their brain, you need a strong signal in the brain. The more coherent the brain, the more stronger the signal.
What do you mean a strong signal?
Okay, let's see how I could say this. When most people, when we look at brains in real time, and we're looking at people's how their mind is working. When you're under stress, okay, stress is created by not being able to predict something that's going to happen in your life, the perception that something's going to get worse or you can't control something, right? So when that occurs, we switch on that primitive nervous system called the fight or flight nervous system, and the brain goes into this very alarmed state called high beta. That means pay attention to the outer world. There's danger out there. But if it's not a predator and it's traffic or your coworker or your ex,
right.
This is where it gets to be a problem because it becomes very maladaptive, right? So when we're in that state and the brain is in that aroused state, we try to control and predict everything. So every person, every object, everything, every place, even your body has a neurological network in your brain, right? So as the arousal happens, we start shifting our attention to all these elements, and like a lightning storm in the clouds, the brain starts firing very, very incoherent